Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the Late Show. I wanted to cold open with that announcement from Breguet just earlier today. They have posted nice little teaser on their Instagram account. Let me bring it back up again. It looks like their famous chronograph is coming back. It was on the story as well. As you can see, you can make out the outlines of an oversized crown. You can make the outlines of a nice grip on the bezel in that knurled kind of grip on the outside, a slightly domed crystal, the pump pushers, and of course, at the end, it says retour en vol, which is just French for flyback. The main function, the main distinctive function of the Type 20. That, of course, had everything to do with the fact that it was a mil-spec chronograph ordered by the air forces of the French Navy in mid-century and served certain navigation purposes as well. So timing things at short intervals was, of course, a matter of life or death, much more than a simple toy or tool. Hey, thanks for dropping by, man. Thank you. I appreciate you. We are going to go back to Sotheby's fine watches. I was covering this online exclusive auction yesterday night. This is in conjunction with the June 9th live event, Important Watches, which has a selection including two chronographs, two Rolex Cosmograph Daytonas that were once owned by Paul Newman. And I posted a quick short about that as well, since Corrado was nice enough to share some photographs with me. Our routine remains the same. I sent the link into the chat. So if you have any requests, pull it up and send in the lot number, and I will do my best to get back to you and get into some fine detail with specific information about that watch. We're starting with a very unique Nautilus. This is from the 3800s, the mid-sized version of the watch from the 90s. As you can see, the entire our track is actually paved by 3 rows of diamonds. There are also emeralds that serve as the hour markers, as indices, 2 each sitting on top of each other. And the bezel itself is set with brilliant diamonds as well. This is the kind of style that we started seeing with Rolex professional watches, Rolex sports watches, perhaps, in a bygone era, especially in the precious metal. And you can see how that sort of style, possibly through certain special orders by customers, have been adopted by Patek Philippe as well. 3800, of course, was 37.5 case, so smaller than the jumbo, even though it was proportionally shrunk and still looks every bit of a Nautilus as the 3700. This particular example is still quite healthy. As you can see, you can make out the hallmarks on the back of the case quite easily. And the piece has, at the center of the dial is a very pure champagne tone with a sunburst that emanates from the hand stack, which is Dauphine in yellow gold. There's also a sweep center seconds in black, and that sweep center seconds is, of course, the other visual and technical distinction that separates 3800 from the 37, because much like the original Royal Oak Jumbo, the Patek Philippe Nautilus 3700, having been based on the Jaeger-LeCoultre caliber 920, was without a seconds hand. It was a two-hander with a date at 3 o'clock, built on what was at the time, and until this day still, the thinnest self-winding watch movement with a full rotor as opposed to a micro rotor movement. This is a truly unique piece, and it is priced accordingly at lot number 254. The estimated value is 90,000 to 120,000 US dollars. I'm skipping over quite a bit here, so if you want me to return, don't be shy. You can let me know. 283 is the original Tour Eiffel or Pagoda. Patek re-released these pieces much later, but this is the mid-century version, reference 1593, also called the hourglass because of that distinctive shape. The reason it's sometimes called the Tour Eiffel is because of how it stands, as you can see on the profile here, much like the base of that famous tower, of course. Al, how are you doing, man? Nice to see you. Thanks for dropping by. And as you can see, the case itself is nice and curved, but even the crystal has a very special kind of profile, which only adds to the depth and the unique charm of these pieces. Almost miniature sculptural wonders on the wrist. This is the Patek 1593, the hourglass in pink gold from 1955. The dimensions actually are quite full, 21.5 by 41 millimeters. The piece comes with a Patek Philippe presentation box, outer packaging, archival extract that confirms the date of manufacture in 1955 and the date of the sale on August 24th, 1956, and an additional leather document holder. This piece at lot number 286 has a pre-auction estimate of 10,000 to 15,000 US dollars. We have a few interesting Harry Winston pieces. I think I want to highlight at least a couple of them. At 301, we have Harry Winston's take on the sports watch. This is the Harry Winston Ocean Tourbillon. You have an off-center dial that is shifted up to the upper half of the dial. The background looks like an interpretation of the Geneva stripes that makes 2/3 of the watch face look like the deck of a very luxurious boat indeed. And there are various shades of blue in that section of the dial, as well as the signature of the brand, Tourbillon 110 hours with a 5-day power reserve, which I believe is actually reflected right here at 6 o'clock. I believe this indicator turns red when the charge is depleted. And the tourbillon cage, which is right under that HW logo, it also doubles up as an oversized subsidiary dial for seconds with a blued seconds hand sitting on its pivot. Sword hands for the hour and minutes. What we have here is a 44 millimeter white gold case. Pretty bulky piece as well. And once again, on the case back, you have a full gold rotor that is partially skeletonized and also fluted on its edges. And the bridges themselves are finished in that blurple, which is distinct from the heat blued screws. And as you can see from the signature on the bridge plate, this particular piece was developed for Harry Winston by Peter Speakmarin, who is the famous English watchmaker, of course, who once had his own brand, which still exists, except he's not involved actively with it. Rather, he has this very important and informative website called The Naked Watchmaker. Don't be afraid. He doesn't get naked himself. All he does is deconstructing movements, stripping them down, as it were, and describing in very technical detail, but also in a language that even simple-minded people like me can understand, what makes those movements so special. So in this case, what you have is the Ocean Tourbillon from 2008, one of only 80 in a limited edition. This is number 12 of 80, which comes with its original packaging, box and papers. And as you can see, it also has that 3-finger aspect of the flagship building's facade that doubles up as the crown guards. Lot 301, Harry Winston Ocean Tourbillon, one of only 80 pieces developed in collaboration with Peter Speak-Marin. It is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 25,000 to 40,000 in US dollars. Very beautiful case. A little too large and bulky for my taste, but a very beautiful design and stunningly decorated back and front. It's a great piece. We have from the same series again the Ocean triple retrograde chronograph. This is a piece that's once again 44 millimeters, but thankfully not as thick. Once again, you have an off-center dial that is located at around 12 o'clock with those sword hands that are themselves nicely loomed. I believe so are the Arabic numerals that are on the hour track, which is decorated in a kind of sunburst design with the center dial radially guillocheted. And once again, the primary backdrop of the dial is vertically grain brushed. Very cool piece with the 3 chronograph hands also generously loomed and sword shaped. You have by the crown a 30-minute totalizer, which of course snaps back when that cycle is complete. You have a fan-like scale under 6 o'clock for the 60 seconds, which snaps back at the top of each minute. And at around 7 o'clock, you have the 12-hour counter, which is also indicated by a retrograde hand. A beautiful piece again in 44 millimeter gold case and slightly more manageable proportions than the tourbillon, again with an open worked full gold crown that puts the Harry Winston logo in sharp relief. And once again, with its original packaging, box and papers, a piece that was originally bought in August of 2009 from the Harry Winston boutique on New Bond Street in London. Lot number 302 has a pre-auction estimate of 10,000 to 15,000 in US dollars. Let me know if you can hear me clearly, just to make sure, because I want to know that I'm coming through loud and clear. Here is a Harry Winston dual timepiece, designed more in a restrained fashion, that has the look of their classical dress watch. Their take on the T-bar lugs, kind of like Cartier's Pasha, Chopard's Impérial, or what else? Vienna Alters Classique. Here you have an additional 24-hour hand, which is put at around 9 o'clock and has this sort of soleil kind of guilloche decoration. The rest of the dial is a beautiful shade of blue and is vertically brushed. The off-center dial is now shifted at around 3 o'clock, and it actually has a very nice opening in the shape of an upward-facing crescent at 6 o'clock, which serves as a very decorative day and night indicator. The dial is quite balanced with all these different indicators, since it has a power reserve indicator at 12 o'clock and a porthole like opening with a magnifier for the date at 6, right above the Harry Winston signature. This piece is in a 39.5 millimeter white gold case. It also has an additional crown for the 24-hour hand and a hand wound movement, which is nicely, if also austerely, decorated with a 5-day power reserve. This is the Harry Winston X Center time zone, a white gold dual timepiece in a 39.5 millimeter white gold case with a power reserve indicator, day and day-night, date and day-night indicators. The piece is expected to fetch an amount somewhere in the region between 5,000 to 8,000 US dollars. Thank you. Thank you. Buenas noches, Chidi. Like the snake, that watch is definitely worthy of being worn while driving a Pantera. Di Tommaso Pantera. Yeah, that's it's a nice car. Apparently, I know nothing about such things, but I'm always willing to be educated. Lot 312, 312 is Cartier Santos 100. As you can probably guess, this particular model is called 100 because it is the centennial model released in 2004. In the X-Large case, it is 38.5 by 51 millimeters. Has the silvered dial with the black Roman numerals, of which the one at 7 o'clock hides the secret Cartier signature. Broadsword hands that are heat blued and actually filled with luminous material for the hour and minutes. The stylized bezel with the rivets that harken back to the aesthetics of the planes in Santos Dumont's time. After all, Louis Cartier designed the Santos originally as a pilot's watch, as something that his friend Alberto Santos Dumont could actually wear on his wrist while he was in the cockpit. Um, in that case, the Santos as a design was pioneering, was on the vanguard of the trend for wristwatches for men. Pretty much at that time, in early 20th century, up until the interwar years and even beyond that, wristwatches were mostly associated with women, whereas ladies would wear whereas men would wear pocket watches. Men would carry pocket watches. So the Santos in many ways came well ahead of its time as a design, even though it took another decade for it to be released publicly. I believe again it was designed in 1904 by Louis Cartier for Alberto Santos Dumont, but I think it was 1911 when it was released to the public. So it didn't take until the First World War for this to be released, which puts it well ahead of the clock still. This particular example is from the year of the centenary and comes with a red presentation box as well as the outer packaging. It is in stainless steel on a leather strap that sits nice and flush to the case and with the lugs, with an estimated value of 3,000 to 5,000 in US dollars. Lot 320 is a complicated reverso. This is the Jaeger-LeCoultre Reverso Géographique, which is the original Reverso GMT watch. You have on the primary dial, on the recto face, the classic silvered dial with a guilloche rectangular center, heat blued sword hands, Arabic numerals, a night and day indicator at 12 o'clock, which is very artistically executed, very pretty, and a subsidiary dial for seconds at 6 o'clock with a distinctive guilloche decoration of its own and a heat blued hand for the seconds as well. On the back, you have a circular dial against a wave-like guilloche decorated black dial, a rather smooth track for the hours, which have stylized Arabic numerals, broadsword hands filled with generous amounts of lume. This dial too, on the verso side, this dial too has its day and night indicators as well as a GMT adjustment. Which, with the additional pusher, allows for the setting of a number of cities for the GMT plus and minus, right? As it is indicated here. Very interesting piece in a pink gold Grand Thai case, 26 by 42 millimeters. One of only 500 pieces. The piece is presented with a generic Jejelukutra case and the instruction manual for the reverso, but I believe the Géographique being one of the big six released in 1998 in a limited run of 500 pieces should actually come with a unique burlwood presentation box. So I'm not sure what this is supposed to mean, but I always, of course, can be corrected. This is number 455 out of a 500 piece run for the Jejelukutra Reverso Géographique, one of only 500 pieces in pink gold with an estimated value of 6,000 to 8,000 in US dollars. Oh, wow. That's fascinating. Yeah, I mean, I guess you can call the font on the dial of the flip side an Art Deco font, but there's not a single way of, there's not a single font that has been associated with the Art Deco movement, to be honest, even though Arabic numerals are very prominently used. But I do like it. Yeah, it's pretty unique. Lot 330 is the IWC reference IW 1317, the Doppelchronograph, as the Germans call it, the split-second chronograph, the Rattrapante, as designed through a module by Richard Habring on the ever-present Valjoux 7750. The piece has that classic abbreviated hour hand and the Flieger chrono look with the 12-hour counter at 6 o'clock, continuous running seconds at 9, and a 30-minute totalizer at 12 o'clock, topped off with that prominent triangle. The two chronograph functions, the two pushers for the chronograph functions are set in a bullhead configuration at 10 and 2. And the piece is in a 42 millimeter stainless steel case. engraved on the back as their Doppelchronograph IWC with its case number. It is presented with its original materials as well as an open warranty card from around 2003. The piece has a pre-auction estimate of 3,000 to 5,000 in US dollars. It's good for a change that I don't have to convert currencies the whole time. That saves a little bit of time. I'm quite happy with that. There we go. We have a piece that's a friend of the channel, Swiss himself, has. This is the Gégé Lecoutre limited edition platinum triple calendar. Master control in platinum with slightly loomed Dauphine hands, as you can see. Arabic numerals at 3, 9, and 12 o'clock. The date is shown on the periphery of the dial with a crescent-shaped red tip. There is an opening for the moon phase indicator at 6 o'clock. And under the signature, there are two apertures for the day of the week and the month. Sorry, everybody, my fridge was making very weird noises, so I had to attend to that for a second. As you can see, the piece actually has a hinged case back, so you can actually take a quick look at the movements. Master control refers to the 1,000-hour trial system that Gégé Lecoutre subjects every single one of the pieces that are produced in their manufacture to rigors that well exceed traditional tests for chronometric accuracy. About 6 weeks. This is one of 250 pieces. And as you can see, the rotor has an additional platinum weight as well, matching the case material, which is, again, a very elegant and classic master control case with a slight added thickness due to the hinged case back and the exhibition, the sapphire crystal for the exhibition, 37 millimeters. The piece also comes with a matching platinum déployant clasp, as well it should, and its original presentation material as well. I'm kind of getting confused now. I'm trying to remember if Swiss had the triple calendar or perpetual calendar. In either case, I know he has a platinum calendar piece by Gégé Lecoutrin in a limited edition. I believe it's the triple calendar, but I can't be sure now. At any rate, this triple calendar, platinum, one of 250 by Gégé Lecoutrin, master control, self-winding with the moon phase indicator, has an estimated value of 7,000 to 10,000 US dollars at lot 351. We're looking at the Sotheby's Fine Watches auction. Hey Corrado, I hope you didn't mind I used your pictures for the short that I posted today, giving you credit in the description. Let me know if you want me to adjust it somehow, if you want me to remove it. I thought it was too precious to simply forget about and stash away. 352 is a beautiful and very elegant 33 millimeter white gold Calatrava with a porcelain dial, painted Arabic numerals in the Breguet style with a pair of Breguet hands as well. Small seconds at 6 o'clock, around encircled by a railroad style track. As you can see, very simple, old school Calatrava design. The case is very nicely preserved, quite healthy, with prominent appearance of hallmarks. It comes with an archival extract that confirms the date of the manufacture, the year of the manufacture as 1999, and the date of the sale as May of 2000. The piece has a pre-auction estimate of 8,000 to 12,000 US dollars. All right. Thank you, Corrado. I appreciate you, man. Yeah, let me see. I will just I'll just pull up that short, or rather I will just send it to the chat so everyone can take a quick look at it. Those were exhibited this weekend for the Trans Am Memorial special, Trans Am Memorial Day special at Lime Rock Park. Lime Rock Park is the racetrack in Connecticut where Paul Newman actually, I think in 1986, actually won a Trans Am special. And it was also the place that was shut off or shut down for a couple of hours in the August of 2008. So he could drive for a few laps, and he was to pass away in late September of that same year. So Lime Rock Park has been very important for Paul Newman's life, for a certain aspect, at least, of Paul Newman's life. And it was only fitting that Sotheby's would exhibit these watches, I believe, along with a number of different um, items from Paul Newman's racing wardrobe and some other pieces as well, because um, Sotheby's, in addition to the live auction they have coming up on June 9th for important watches, they also have an auction that's called The World of Joanne Woodward and Paul Newman. Um, so I believe there were some other items part of that. Again, a classic Calatrava 5022R at lot number 356 with applied Arabic numerals, a pink on pink combination. You have basically a pink gold dial that is guilloche decorated with this barley corn motif. Small seconds dial at 6, Roman numerals applied, and heat blued hands, which unfortunately in the case of our minutes seem to have been corroded. Nothing, I think, visits to the Ari Stern Watch Agency can't begin to fix, but it is something to be noted. I love the style of the minute track on the periphery of the dial as well, but quite a stunning combination, pink on pink always, especially on this old school hand-wound Calatrava from the neo-vintage era, with a lot of its original documents, certificate of origin, a bifold leather holder for the documents. This piece is from 1998 and has a pre-auction estimate of 6,000 to 8,000 in US dollars. If you are just joining, if you have stumbled upon this live stream, please do subscribe and hit the notification bell. I'm here with watch content on a daily basis, here with live streams, usually at around this time at night, but also sometimes earlier in the day. I want to do an early stream tomorrow because I think I have a surprise that will make it in time. So hopefully, maybe like an hour or 2 hours. 354, we have a Gondolo Cabriolet, reference 5099. This is a square watch with an hinged dial, with a covered dial, a two-tone execution with white gold lugs and stripes that go through the lid of that dial, which can be propped open by the push of either one of these buttons on the flank of the case. The case has the shape of what is sometimes called chocolatone. Vacheron is more popular for that nickname, but this is exactly, again, looks like a nice square piece broken off from a chocolate bar in a unique combination of pink and white gold and a Grenet dial that is a beautiful shade of champagne. Sword hands with Arabic numerals, small seconds at 6, and a railroad style track for the minutes. A very cool and unique piece from around the turn of the millennium, but you could believe it if someone said it's actually from the 40s or 50s. This is reference 5099. The case is 32 by 37.5. And this gondolo cabriolet has an estimate, as a pre-auction estimate of 8,000 to 12,000 US dollars. Lot 359 is Patek Philippe anniversary piece from 1989. That is their 150th anniversary, a year that many consider to be an important threshold for Patek Philippe. That's the scholar and famous Patek Philippe dealer John Reardon considers actually as the beginning of Patek's modern era as well. This was a limited edition jump hour piece in a tonneau shaped case. A railroad track for the minutes that follow along the lines of the unique case shape. A single Breguet styled minute hand and a generous opening at 12 o'clock, or at minute 60, pardon me, for the digital display of the hours that of course jump at the top of the hour. This is the 3969 in pink gold, inscribed on the case back to commemorate the occasion. There were 500 pieces made, only 50 of them in platinum and 450 of them in the pink gold that you are seeing in this example. And this particular piece comes with its original presentation box as well as its outer packaging. As with many other examples that we have seen of very interesting watches in this auction, the estimated value is quite conservative, 8,000 to 12,000 US dollars. I think this is a well-known tactic to lure in the people to actually bid on these watches, especially efficient in this kind of online auction. I think there are about 10 hours left by now for the bidding to start, and it will unfold over the next 2 weeks. So a lower estimate, at least initially, will help some of these pieces to pick up the pace and get to a level where, in fact, the higher estimates might scare anyone but the very committed and seasoned collectors away, who are at any rate waiting for the very last minute. So I think this is a very smart, very wise tactic for the auction house, but it is something to be mindful of, at least on your own behalf, on your own end, so that you don't get carried away too early. Everything important, at any rate, in these sorts of auctions happens in the last few minutes. So no rush, but number 359 is something to keep an eye on because it is in a gorgeous condition and comes with its original box and outer packaging. Of course, it would have been much better if it came as the whole package. A lot of the anniversary pieces from Patek, a lot of the limited editions also come with a special attestation, a medallion that marks the occasion, that is literally minted for that anniversary. So you would be missing out on those elements of the package. Something to know if you care, and you might. But at any rate, this could be an interesting deal if it falls within that estimate, 8,000 to 12,000 US dollars for lot 359. We were just looking at the hourglass. This is the limited edition recreation of Patek Philippe from 1997, reference 5500, the pagoda. Because once again, the case shape is very reminiscent of that tiered style towers in East Asian architecture, or alternatively, it's very similar to the base of the Eiffel Tower, Tour d'Eiffel. Commemorating 1997, engraved on the case back as the pagoda. The piece, as you can see, comes with a number of documents, including the chronometer certification from COSC, an additional crocodile strap with medium scales in a cognac-like tone. You see, it is this kind of medallion that I was talking about. This was a piece that was marking the occasion of a new Patek Philippe manufacture in 1997. In Plaine-les-Ouates, and the pink gold pieces, I think, were made, I want to say, maybe in like 300 pieces. Let me see. Hmm. Okay. I couldn't find the exact. 500 pieces. So the current piece you are seeing is one of only 500, and comes with its full set of accessories, except for the presentation box, it seems. But certainly the certificate of origin, the attestation, the chronometer certificate, the Geneva seal, archival extract, the medallion, everything is included in this package, lot 360, with an estimate of 8,000 to 12,000 US dollars for this Patek Philippe reference 1500s, the Pagoda, which was released in 1997 to celebrate the opening of the new Patek manufacture in Plaine-les-Ouates. Corrado remembers that they had a few helmets and race suits at the Lime Rock Park during the weekend. Thanks for sharing. We have a number of interesting open worked pieces back to back by Patek, Ulysse Nardin, and Vacheron. I want to take a look at all of them, quite honestly. So let's start with 361. This is Patek 3878, which is a 31 millimeter yellow gold round piece that is fully open worked with blackened Arabic numerals and hand engraved bridges. The piece is based on the caliber 240 with a 22 karat full gold micro rotor weight. And the mainspring is also covered by the Calatrava cross. Very nice, beautiful detail. The case itself is also hand engraved on the band. Very decorative piece, very elegant and very diminutive. It looks very feminine to my eyes. It is also signed Patek Philippe Genève around that imbalance spring, around that Calatrava cross, and the crown is topped off by a sapphire cabochon as well. This piece at lot 361 is expected to fetch an amount somewhere in the region between 20,000 to 30,000 US dollars. At lot 363, we have an Ulysse Nardin piece in a 43.5 millimeter platinum case with, I believe, a hand wound movement, as you can see. One of only 18, number 14 of 18. Once again, very artfully decorated on these open worked bridges and on the dial side too, with these floral motifs, an onion shaped crown, and a set of Breguet style hands out of heat blued stainless steel. The chapter ring has applied Roman numerals for the hours. Again, a very elegant piece with the branding on a bolted plate on the left flank of the case. Stepped extended lugs. This piece again also comes as a full set with its beautiful burgundy wooden presentation box, quite large, as you can see, 43.5 millimeter in platinum. The piece is from around 2010, and at lot number 363, this limited edition platinum open worked wristwatch by Ulysse Nardin has a pre-auction estimate of 6,000 to 8,000 in US dollars. At 364, we actually have a 34 millimeter self-winding piece in pink gold by Ulysse Nardin. And it has an interesting design. Which is kind of flipped, because essentially you are getting the movement side on the front of the watch. Again, all the bridges of the movements open worked and beautifully freehand engraved. The rotor itself is open work too, to put the anchor logo in sharp relief. It's placed off center with plenty to admire. And there's a hinge at around 6 o'clock on the case, which helps you lift the dial, lift and expose the dial. The logo of the brand Ulysse Nardin Le Locle is also embossed there. And here is the actual display of the dial with leaf-shaped hands that I believe are also subtly loomed too. With the Roman numerals at the quarters marked on the bezel for the hours. You see the main balance spring quite prominently at around 12 o'clock, which of course also can be used as a power reserve indicator, right? Because at the end, that's what reserves the power for your watch after wind and releases it over a certain amount of time. This is Ulysse Nardin Le Locle, a pink gold self-winding skeletonized piece that is designed in a very unique manner, 34 millimeters in diameter. The piece is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 5,000 to 7,000 in US dollars. AD never calling. Has Curly showed up yet? Not tonight. Not tonight, but he has been here. Mookie says, will this be the new evening drama channel? If yes, I smash like. If no, I smash like twice. Yes and no. Would you smash it 3 times so I still get the like? Drama only when it's necessary. Only when I'm targeted in a way where I can't bear it anymore. Only then. So you have to convince me once again that the whole world is against me, and trust me, it doesn't take much. We're looking at lot 365 this time. We have a piece by Vacheron Constantin from 1995, an open-worked yellow gold wristwatch in the classic Calatrava style, 34 millimeters in diameter. And we have an ultra-thin caliber that is based on the Jaeger-LeCoultre 920. But of course, in this case, it is very intricately and ornately open worked. As you can see, the piece has a very similar design to the Patek open worked piece that we had seen a couple of lots back, with the cover for the balance spring acting as the branding as well, where you have the Maltese cross that is alternatively open worked and hand engraved, as well as the signature surrounding it, Vachon Constantin, Genève. Blackened pencil hands. Again, a very classically styled dress watch case in 34 millimeters in yellow gold with a stepped bezel. The watch has a very sleek profile and it's very well preserved. Very thin despite the self-winding movement with a full rotor, because as I mentioned, this is Vachon Constantin's caliber 1120, which uses JLC 920 as its base, a 21 karat full gold rotor that is itself open worked, and it carries the Maltese cross as well. Very beautiful handwork. I think this is my favorite of all the open worked dress watches that we looked at. This is lot 365 for a Vachon Constantin Patrimony reference 43038 in yellow gold from around 1995. The piece has a pre-auction estimate of $7,000 to $10,000 US dollars. Okay. All right. He's more than welcome, as always. As always. Let's see what he wants to talk about. By the way, the link is there, so if anyone would like to jump on, they're more than welcome. Oh my God, we have so many beautiful open work pieces. While I was previewing for the preview, I didn't even notice most of these. Wow, man. Oof. Wow. So this is a little more modern, a little more contemporary as well, from 2016. A Vachon Constantin Métier d'Art, reference 82020, in a 40 millimeter white gold case. Hand wound movement, an entirely open worked hour track as well, with Roman numerals. Once again, the balance spring itself serving as the primary vehicle for the branding, this time even more prominently placed at 12 o'clock. Skeletonized alpha styled hands, which admittedly seem very difficult to actually read. But hey, when you have a cool watch like this, do you really need to know the time? Sorry about that. This is the most modern one that we have seen so far of the ones we checked out. And it has a Geneva seal on the caliber and the watch. Not that the others somehow lacked from Vachon Constantin, but this one actually prominently places it on the movement. and actually accompanies it as that little carnet, little certificate. A whole set, including that Geneva seal tag, the USB stick, the original presentation box, a travel case, outer packaging, the documents, everything is included, like even a magnifier. Lovely little piece. This is the Vacheron Constantin Métier d'Art 40 millimeter hand wound white gold open worked dress watch at lot number 366. The piece is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 30,000 to 40,000 in US dollars. Hey JB, how are you doing, man? Oh, okay. I thought you guys had a date night, and went out to paint or something. Look, I mean, I know you're in Texas, so it must be a little different here, but that's one of the crazy things that couples do here. I think I'd rather be shot. We can go out to look at paintings. Don't ask me to paint, please. Lot 367. We are looking at another yellow gold skeletonized piece. This is actually an Audemars Piguet piece from the mid 80s. As you might know, the open working is actually one of the distinctive specialties of that famed manufacturer in Le Brassus. This might be somewhat forgotten by now, but that was something that really distinguished Audemars Piguet in a bygone time. So this is really beautiful with the domed bezel serving as the hour track with the numbers filled in, engraved and enameled, Arabic numerals with the main balance spring placed at 1 o'clock and heat tempered set of leaf shaped hands, open worked bridges that are fashioned out of 14 karat gold. Again, this is like a razor thin piece thanks to the hand wound caliber and the intricate work of hand that went into producing it. Very elegant with the balance wheel slightly off center at around 6 o'clock as well. Very cool piece. And it has an estimate of $6,000 to $8,000 at lot 367. $368 is a Chopard piece from around the same period. A 30 millimeter 18 karat yellow gold piece with a double stepped bezel. Very classical piece. A little bit shop worn. The branding here is actually on the crystal. And you have baton hands that are heat blued, as well as a second hand right around at 6 o'clock. And I guess you can see what I mean when I said AP was the master of open working. I mean, compared to this caliber, you can certainly see, even with an uneducated eye, what you have here. Actually, let's look at it like this. Here and here, and what you have here and here. I mean, again, it's not, it's nothing bad, but you can certainly see how one piece is more elaborate and intricate, whereas this is much more simple. This is once again a smaller watch, 30 millimeters in yellow gold. And at lot 368, this yellow gold Chopard dress watch, open work dress watch from the mid 80s, has a pre-auction estimate of $3,000 to $5,000 in US dollars. Mid 90s Breguet at lot 369 in a classic 33.5 millimeter 18 karat yellow gold case with a hand wound movement. Again, you can see the ultra thin profile of the case. Very well done. Even though the movement is relatively small, I think coin edging for the fluting on the case band would be incredibly appropriate in this particular case, since the piece really looks like a coin with very dainty, elegant, extended teardrop lugs as well. A Breguet frosted silvered hour track with Roman numerals and a set of heat blued hands in the house style. A sapphire cabochon on the crown. This is a semi-skeletonized yellow gold dress watch by Breguet from 1995 at lot number 369. The piece has an estimated value of $6,000 to $8,000 in US dollars. AD never calling. Archie leaves tomorrow for Singapore. I hope he has a good time. I don't follow any of these guys, AD. Love you, but I have nothing to say. Tomorrow is the day to troll Larry for the last time. Who is Larry? 370 is the Chrono Swiss Opus. The Chrono Swiss Opus was the first fully open worked chronograph watch when it came out. I think it was in 1995. You might remember it this year from that special Grail Watch collaboration between Wacos Revolution and the Chrono Swiss, which had a version called Opus Blue, I want to say, with a blue coated Grade 5 titanium case, and an open worked dial that had luminous coating itself. A very interesting watch that actually might be one of the pieces that have miraculously not sold out just yet. But here is something closer to the original. 38 millimeter pink gold case with the extended lugs, officer style, with screw through pins. That oversized onion crown with Tasti Tondi style round pushers that have a conical top, guilloche decorated, a knurled bezel, and all the hands, including the one for the pointer dates, and of course the Breguet style hour and minute hands, as well as the centrally deployed chronograph seconds hand, are heat blued. 30-minute totalizer at 3 o'clock, 12-hour counter at 6 o'clock, continuous running seconds in an oversized subdial at 9 o'clock, and matching that, we have a pointer date at 3 o'clock. With pink gilt, open worked brass movements peeking through. On the back, you have a rotor that is itself open worked to set the Chrono Swiss logo in sharp relief. Very cool piece. It comes with its original set of documents, a hang tag, a wooden presentation box, as well as the outer packaging. The piece is from around year 2000, and it is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 3,000 to 5,000 US dollars. The method actor. I'm Archie Luxury, the method actor who plays Paul Pluto. Good old days, man. You remember when Archie Luxury was actually good and he talked about watches? You remember that time? 375. This is the Gérard Janta jump hour piece with a two-tone black dial with a carbon fiber like pattern at the center. In stainless steel, the piece has a 41 millimeter case. The jump hour is framed at 12 o'clock, and it is actually loomed. So is the minute track, which is in the form of an upward facing crescent in the lower half of the dial. There is a minute hand that is sword shaped, heat blued, and generously loomed for the retrograde indication. There's also a sweep center seconds, likewise heat blued and red tipped for the seconds. The case is like a more butch version of the Breguet wristwatch design. with the additional crown guards. There's no side profile here, so you can't quite see the fluting all across the case band, which is a little less fine than the Breguet. You have angular lugs, but they are thicker and much less subtle than Breguet. The piece is a little more of a chunk on the wrist. And here it's matched with a rubber band, black rubber band, with Jarajanta branded tank buckle. The piece is from around 2002. The Jarajanta Arena Retro Sport in stainless steel with the black dial. Jump hour with retrograde minutes. Lot 375 is one of the pieces that is going to start without reserve, so at $1, and it has an estimated value of $3,000 to $5,000. It's expected to fetch an amount somewhere in the region between 3,000 to 5,000 US dollars. Oh, this is an amazing watch. Again, one of those pieces that kind of fly under the radar. This is a relatively early Frank Müller chronograph from mid-90s. It is presented in a 36 millimeter officer style pink gold case. You have a two-tone silver dial with applied blued Roman numerals. Triple register for the chronograph with a 30-minute totalizer at 3 o'clock, 12-hour counter at 6 o'clock, and continuous running seconds at 9. You have all of those chronograph registers as well as the hour track framed in matching pink gold rings. Breguet styled hands, all in stainless steel and heat blued, including the centrally deployed chronograph seconds hand, which indicates the seconds on the periphery of the dial with the numbers inscribed in Arabic numerals every 5 minutes. Now, of course, it doesn't end here because this is a very special watch. So actually, on the back, you have a second dial, which has all the three common scales for the chronograph, with again a single chronograph seconds hand. This is kind of a Janus-faced chronograph with the pulsometer on the outside, graduated for 15 pulsations, a telemeter in a concentric circle, and the tachymeter snailed into the center of the dial. A very beautiful and inventive piece, pardon me, that is quite becoming of the watchmaker that called himself the master of complications pardon me, when he set off on his independent path. This is 1995. Pink gold, double-faced chronograph in a 36 millimeter officer-styled case by Frank Müller. The reference is 3870, and the piece has an estimated value of 4 to 6,000 US dollars. Mookie, $5. Thank you. Let's check it out. How thin was the Vacheron Constantin 3-4 lots back? Let me know which lot you mean, 366 or 365, but I'm gonna do both. Let's see. So 366 is reference 8202. The thickness or the height is not something that they always include, so I will just very quickly search for it. Okay, 750 is the thickness for lot 366. And there you have a shot from the profile, 7.5 millimeters. And then for 365, that is 5.5. And you can kind of tell as well. And it's very fascinating, again, because by common sense, you might think that the hand-wound watch would be slimmer, but I guess both because this one is slightly more modern and people expect a kind of heft, and also because the earlier model is built on the famous JLC 920, which was the beating heart, as you might know, of the OG Audemars Piguet Royal Oak, the OG Patek Philippe Nautilus, and the very first Vacheron Constantin 222 as well, among many other watches that were made, especially by AP and Vacheron. I like this one. This is 380. Frank Müller reference 5850 Vegas. It actually has a roulette complication that you can activate with this additional pusher on the crown, where that serpentine hand makes a few revolutions around the center dial and stops in a randomized manner. You guys know, I think more recently, Jacob & Co. came up with something unnecessarily elaborate, and that costs probably a few $1,000,000. But this, to me, looks much more fun, beautifully and classically designed, and just as whimsical. You have the classic elongated and loomed Frank Müller Arabic numerals, roulette dial at the center with a serpentine hand, and lozenge-shaped hour and minute hands, which are heat blued and generously filled with lume, I love how the hour track has that soleil motif, guilloche decoration. The watch looks both very colorful and relatively sober. It is supposed to be a fun piece at any rate. It is in yellow gold in that canonical Frank Müller tonneau shaped case, the dimensions of which are 33 by 45 millimeters. Has that curved crystal, slightly domed, that enhances the vintage inspired charm of the watch. Limited edition. This is number 57. I don't know out of how many, to be honest. It does come with its original wooden presentation box, certificate, outer packaging, as well as a leather folder. Frank Müller 5850 Vegas roulette watch in a yellow gold case from around 2001. At lot number 380, the piece has an estimated value of 6 to 8,000 US dollars. Yeah, 365 was 5.5 millimeters. It's an incredible piece. 381 is a unique complication by Frank Müller, kind of an, I guess you can say it's a unique take on the jump hour. You have dials that are a little less complicated and less confused, but I kind of like this one. 35.5 by 48 millimeters in a pink gold tonneau case. It's a self-winding movement. And basically, so let me put it like this. The minute hand just makes its normal revolution, one per hour, obviously. And every time it goes to the top of the hour hand simply jumps to the next one. So when this completes its revolution here, the hour hand will directly jump to 11. And then it completes its revolution again, it will directly jump to 12. One more, it will jump to 1. And unlike the traditional hour hand, it doesn't travel during the hour, right? It stands still, directly pointing to the hour that it's indicating. And when the minute hand completes its revolution, it jumps right to the next hour. A very unique take on the crazy hours. The dial is filled up with different sizes of the hours additionally to make it even crazier. In blue, however, the ones that are loomed remain the primary indicators. You have leaf-shaped hands for the hour and minutes, which are also very nicely loomed. So the time will be still visible to you once things get crazy. It is right now showing 10:10. And this piece too comes with its original set, which includes an additional strap with a matching buckle. and it is expected to fetch an amount somewhere in the region between 6 to 8 thousand US dollars at lots number 381. $385 is your garden variety Bulgari Octofinissimo in titanium with the classic micro rotor movements that gives the watch its ultra thin profile. In titanium, of course, it's so light that it feels almost non-existent. The main drawback of the titanium version being its 3 atmos 30-meter water resistance, even though it is thinner than the stainless steel. The thickness of the titanium piece is 5.15 millimeters. The stainless steel, I believe, is almost 7.5. I think. No, it's 6.40, which, I mean, still, it's incredibly thin, but not as thin as the titanium one. This piece, I believe, is in decent condition, but shows the wear of the years from 2018 until now. The piece does come with its original box, outer packaging, as well as the accompanying documents. And lot 385 has a pre-auction estimates of 4,000 to 6,000 in US dollars. Hey, Curly, good evening to you as well. This is a piece that unfortunately had very short existence in Vacheron Constantin's catalog. I liked it quite a bit. I don't know what happened to it. I don't know why they discontinued it. Although, obviously you can guess something doesn't sell well, something doesn't quite carve out its niche in the catalog and it gets discontinued. That seems pretty reasonable. That seems pretty much predictable. But that was the fate of the Vacheron Constantin Quai de Lille. I don't even know how long it stayed in the lineup, but it was pretty short. The piece has a cushion styled case that is quite multi layered and very sculptured. Even on the profile, you can see how distinct its design is. The piece has a self-winding caliber in a palladium case and a unique semi-open worked dial, which indicates the date around the center through this shifting white background that serves as the backdrop of the current date, Arabic numerals of which the ones in the quarters are more prominent. This is a time and date watch, a three-hander with some minimal amount of lume on the hour and minute hands as well. A very nice and distinctive dress watch that in this case comes with Les Collectionneurs box and outer packaging. Les Collectionneurs is Vacheron Constantin's program for basically selling their pre-owned watches that they buy, overhaul, and offer to their collectors. Um, it's actually quite similar to Gégé Lecoutre's new um, initiative that they introduced quite recently. I've done a video on that, so maybe you would like to take a look at it later. It's a 5-minute piece, so very, very easy to watch, and you get the main idea. What's the dungeon? Nice. It's nice to see everybody. Please hit the like button. It makes a huge difference for the small channel. And if you are just chancing upon the channel, today I'm here every day with live streams and more, with watch content on a daily basis. You'll usually find me around this time of the night doing a live stream, talking about new releases, previewing and reviewing auctions, and talking about other watch-related topics from a horological and historical perspective. Today, I'm covering the Sotheby's Fine Watches auction, which is online and is going to start open for bidding in about 9 hours. And it is in conjunction with their primary event that is going to take place live on June 9th, and that is going to include two personal Rolex Cosmograph Daytonas from Paul Newman's collection as well. This was lot number 389 for Vacheron Constantin Quai de Lille in palladium with a semi-open worked dial, time and date piece, one that has been discontinued for quite a while now. 42 millimeter piece with an estimated value of 10 to 15,000 in US dollars. I'm loving Curly's responses to these questions. You remember the Patek jump hour piece that we were looking at earlier that was in a tonneau shaped case as well, that was more akin to a tortue than anything else. The jump hour piece that was produced in 450 examples for the 150th anniversary of Patek. This is Frank Müller's take on the same complication with a very similar look 31 by 43 millimeters in pink gold with a silvered dial that is guilloche decorated with kind of a solar pattern that emanates from the imaginary center of the dial, railroad track for the minutes with a single elegantly twisted minute hand and a trapezoid opening for the jump hour at 12 o'clock. That is the Frank Müller jump hour piece in its traditional tonneau-shaped case with its original presentation box, certificate of origin, as well as the outer packaging. This can be an interesting opportunity at lot 394, since the piece is starting without reserve as well. And the estimate is rather low, but again, that can be misleading since it will probably encourage many to actually enter a bidding war. But the value placed here before the auction is 3,000 to 5,000 US dollars for this Frank Müller jump hour piece in a pink gold tonneau case, reference 2852HS at lot number 394. At lot 403, we have a Cartier Tortue from the famed CPCP series, Collection Privée Cartier Paris, that important decade between 1998 and 2008, where Cartier basically built a collaborative hub, let's say, that merged their iconic designs, their classic models from the archive with elements of high horology, and in collaboration with a number of rising independent watchmakers that included Denis Flageolet of De Béthune and François Paul who made for them the Tortue monopusher single button chronograph. This piece is presented in the same case shape, so a Tortue reference 2540, which is a self-winding perpetual calendar that is in a rather simplified 3 subdial configuration. This is a French calendar with the day of the week at 3 o'clock, month at 6 o'clock, and that small subdial actually includes a leap year indicator and a pointer date at 9 o'clock, heat blued Breguet style hands for the hour and minutes, Roman numerals against a silvered guilloche decorated dial, with this time the number 10 hiding the secret Cartier signature, and a railroad track for the minutes that replicates the shape of the case and the dial. And of course, the crown is topped off with a sapphire cabochon. You can see how beautiful that shaped crystal is from that distortion from the profile. And of course, we have an exhibition style case back, which gives you a glimpse of that excessive opulent embossed decoration of the bridge plates, as well as the winding rotor, which is beautified with that double wishbone Cartier logo. And even the slight openwork detail brings a focus into that logo. This is the Cartier Tortue reference 2540, the white gold perpetual calendar from the CPCP collection. This piece is roughly from around 2005. It is naked, so lot 403 is watch only. White gold case, 34.5 by 43 millimeters, with an estimated value of 6 to 8,000 US dollars, which is very, very conservative. You know, why not? But I'm not sure I can survive for too long. You know, I'm rather I'm rather fragile. At lot 404, we have a Cartier Roadster, which has this sort of unique design. The 4 bolts at the lugs. Again, a very sculptural case that has automotive inspiration. That case is here in pink gold, 42 by 47.5 millimeters. This is the XL size. And a very unique element for the crown that extends with a magnifier into the dial of the watch on the side of the date as well. Arabic numerals filled, Roman numerals filled with luminous material with the secret Cartier signature at 7, broadsword hands that are likewise filled with lume for this 3-hander time and dates watch in the pink gold extra large Roadster case by Cartier, south winding movements, number 35 of a 250 piece limited run with easily removable leather band, easily interchangeable. The piece also comes on a red Cartier presentation box and has a pre-auction estimate of 3 to 5,000 US dollars at lot number 404. Beautiful brown dial in this pink gold Roadster XL reference 3103. You like the Roadster, Curly? It's a cool piece. ABC has one. There's no meaning in this world, watch time. We're all lost, forlorn, and metaphysically ailing. So I'm sorry I can't answer your question. We are looking at lot 407, which is a Cartier Pasha chronograph in yellow gold The Cartier Pasha was designed for the Parisian house by the famous watch designer Gerald Janta. It is loosely inspired by a much earlier Cartier piece, the Étrange, that was actually designed for the Pasha of Marrakech, who wanted a wristwatch from Cartier that was waterproof. No photographs or designs of this watch are preserved. So when Janta started designing this watch, he had basically the brief of making a waterproof, sporty piece, um, but otherwise a blank canvas. So he came up with this piece that clearly has a certain nautical inspiration, but is quite very much inspired by certain elements of Cartier's house style, including, of course, the T-bar shaped lugs that Louis Cartier first designed and that are called Vendôme lugs. There is a rotational timing bezel that is fully graduated up to 20 minutes. The crown guard is styled like the cap or lid of a flask that can be screwed off and it remains latched onto the case, and you can manipulate the crown that way. And here, both the pushers of the chronograph and that crown guard is topped off with a set with a sapphire cabochon. You have a single Breguet numeral at 12, the Cartier signature right underneath, elliptical counters for the chronograph registers, an opening for the date at 6. All of the hands are heat blued, including the lozenge or diamond-shaped hands for the hour and minutes and the centrally deployed chronograph hands. The hour and minute hands are nicely loomed, and I believe so are the pips that have yellow gold surrounds at the hours, but of course not the single Breguet numeral at 12 o'clock. This yellow gold Pasha in the 38 millimeter size actually comes on its matching bracelets, which is a nice detail, even though I much prefer from an aesthetic standpoint the look of these Vendôme lugs when they are matched with a leather strap. But you can always change into that. This is lot 407, which comes in addition to the watch with 2 additional links for the bracelets. It's reference 30009 C Pasha, the Pasha, the yellow gold Pasha in the chronograph wristwatch form from early 90s. The piece is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 8,000 and 12,000 in US dollars. Frank Leboeuf wears what? Real World Curly says, reminds me of an old school deep diving helmet. That's what Gerard Janta said about the Royal Oak 2 as well, as the inspiration of specifically the bezel. Oh, this Pasha. Okay, it's very cool. Frank Leboeuf generally has a good taste, has a very good taste. Kind of an insufferable character. I don't know if you listen to his commentary at all on ESPN FC, but I kind of like him. I don't know why, but he is he's a cool cat. Lot 418 is a Rolex Day-Date 18238. This is one of my favorite references, as you might know, because this is the first reference for the double quick sets, meaning that you can quickly set both the day and the date with the crown, which is a great convenience. I don't necessarily mind the 1803, but for a lot of people, it can be a nuisance to have to go through all that trouble to get things right on your watch. So 18238, from that perspective, but not only that perspective, is a great compromise between vintage day dates, especially from the 4-digit era, and contemporary pieces. This one is in yellow gold with a champagne dial that is set with diamonds in the factory. The piece is furthermore presented with a matching presidential bracelet, a Rolex presentation box, as well as booklets is offered with the lot. The piece is from around 1991, in 1991, certainly from early 90s. Lot 418 for the Rolex Day-Date 18 to 38. 18238 is offered with a pre-auction estimate of 15 to 25,000 US dollars. 38 millimeters curly. The Pasha chronograph was 38 millimeters, but let me double check it for you. Just want to make sure that I get it right. Yeah. If you don't like a gem set dial, in the next lot, 419, you have the same reference in the most quintessential presentation of the Rolex Day-Date, which is, of course, in yellow gold on the matching presidential bracelet and a champagne dial. This particular example from mid-90s has its caseback sticker, which has frayed and started transforming, and is offered with a full set of accessories, additional links, 2 additional links, and its punched warranty papers as well, which dates the purchase date of the watch to August 98. This is the Rolex Day-Date 18238 on the presidential bracelet in yellow gold with the champagne dial from mid to late 90s at lot number 419. with a pre-auction estimate of 10 to 15,000 US dollars. $420, again, the same reference number, this time a little more of a visual interest on the champagne dial, with what the collectors sometimes call a string dial, since you have an entire row of diamonds for the minute track, basically. And these alternate with baguette cut sapphires, which serve as the hour markers. I think it's a very different and interesting look, if a little too feminine for my liking. This is an early 90s example of this double quickset reference of the Rolex day date, which is offered in a well-preserved condition here at lot 420. The bracelet has a little bit of a stretch, but nothing that a restoration can't take care of. And I'm sure you will have a lot of fun wearing it in the meantime on a nice leather strap, perhaps like a glossy black. This piece is watch only. The lot is offered without any box or papers. At 420, we have a Rolex day dates 18238 in yellow gold with a string dial, diamonds, and baguette cut sapphires. The piece is expected to fetch an amount somewhere in the region between 18,000 to 24,000 US dollars. 421 is the watch on my thumbnail today. This is a 4-digit day date with a dégradé blue dial that is diamond set at the factory, baguette cut at 6 and 9, and brilliant cut for the rest. Of course, the dégradé dial is very much like what more contemporary brands, or in a more contemporary language, one calls like a smoked or fumé dial, with a brighter shade of the color at the center and with a darker periphery. So a gradient passage between lighter and darker shades of the same color. This piece is from late 70s, and it is in the more rare white gold, and even more rare to find it in a matching presidential bracelet. As you can see, the hallmarks behind the case, under the lugs, are quite visible and crisp. And finding it in this kind of condition on the matching bracelet with that kind of dial is like hitting the jackpot. And accordingly, lot number 421 has a higher estimate than the few other day dates that we have looked at so far. And it is expected to finalize a hammer price around 20 to 40,000 US dollars. like the minute track also traced in sapphires. I think it would be nice. Um, I don't know. I think this simply looks more feminine, mixing brilliant cut diamonds with sapphire cuts. Um, sorry, baguette cut sapphires, because it looks like a nice, like a very expensive necklace, from one of these ultra luxury jewelry houses, like from Van Cleef Arpels or Cartier or Chaumet, Fred, whichever. 422 is a very interesting watch. I really love these kinds of older Air Kings, 34 millimeter. The reference number is 14,000. Late 90s piece with a blue sunburst style, stick markers, and stainless steel with a smooth bezel, and on the matching oyster bracelets. Lot 422 is one of those that will be sold without reserve. It's going to start bidding at $1 and is offered with the rather conservative estimate of 2 to 3,000 US dollars. Once again, I think that's really to reel people in to make early bids for the most part, but still, um, it can be an interesting proposition as things unfold. The bidding is starting in about 9 hours, I think. Um, but the auction will take place over 2 weeks, basically. So this is something to wait until the last minute, but it can be an interesting target at lot 422. And Air King from late 90s, reference 14,000 with a blue dial. $427, we're looking at another Rolex classic, a Datejust entirely in stainless steel from the 60s. This is 1603, meaning that it's not only stainless steel for the case, but also for the bezel, which is also engine turned to distinguish it from the fluted 18 karat white gold bezel. According to the style of the time, it has a pie pan dial, which has this kind of stepped structure with as minutes and seconds track that's sunken in around the center of the dial, stick markers, and the piece is also presented on a matching Jubilee bracelet in stainless steel. Seems a little loose. Lot 427 is a Rolex Datejust, all in stainless steel, reference 1603 from early 60s. The piece has an estimated value of 3,000 to 5,000 in US dollars. Let me grab a cup of water very quickly while you look at the next piece. I'm back. I'm back. Thank you for your patience. We are covering the Sotheby's Fine Watches auction out of New York in conjunction with their important watches on June 9th, which is a live event. This, however, is online exclusive with the bidding to start in some 9 hours. Here's a two-tone Rolex Datejust at lot 430. And it is made for the Olympics in 1996, or rather the IOC, right? The International Olympic Committee. The reference number is 16233 16233. Stainless steel with an 18 carats yellow gold bezel and crown. The dial fixtures matching those accents, and also the center links of the Jubilee bracelets, likewise rendered in 18 karat yellow gold. This particular piece is in a relatively pristine condition with the case back sticker intact. It is presented with the full sets of its original accessories, additional links, hang tags, product literature, calendar, chronometer certificates, the leather wallets and holders for the documents, as well as the presentation box, and of course, the punched warranty papers, which certify the delivery of this watch to the International Olympic Committee in October of 1996. A two-tone Rolex Datejust from 1996 with the reference number 16233, applied Roman numerals, and with the Olympic rings, the Olympic symbol of 5 interlocking rings represented in color at 6 o'clock. Lot number 430 has a pre-auction estimate of 15 to 25,000 US dollars. Jake Brooks, 999. YB, favorite Olympian or Olympic performance? This is easy. Steve Redgrave and his teammates for the British Olympic Four. They have won several Olympic medals over the course of 4 Olympics. Redgrave himself won 5 golds and a bronze. I think with his mates in that 4, he they actually won, I think, 4. Let's see. So he won for the Coxed 4, he won the gold in Los Angeles. Oh, and then with Pinzant in the pair, they won the gold in Seoul, Barcelona, and Atlanta. And then in the 4, sorry, my memory was a little mixed up. He actually won the gold in the Coxless 4. In Seoul, actually, he raced in the Coxed pair as well, and he was on the podium for that too. So he has consecutive golds in 5 Olympics. And also a bronze in Seoul in 88. Um, and I think his teammates, Penzant, had two golds with him, one more with him in the Coxless 4, and another one in 2004 after Redgrave retired. But yeah, it's Steve Redgrave. That's my favorite. Oh, I see what you did there. Um, but no, I mean, she was a remarkable athlete. What timing! I just posted a Brian Boitano short. More desirable if the date just belonged to an Olympic drug cheat. That's too cynical, man. I know, but I prefer playing stupid sometimes, you know? It's you like to think of the Olympics as, you know, as this sort of unsullied, uncontaminated, most elite sporting competition in the world. And I know it's not like that. I know some sports are tainted by it more than others. I know some sports are tainted by cheating and drugs, others with fixing and referees and judges. Like boxing is notorious for that, to the point that it's now eliminated from the Olympic program with no guarantee that it's coming back ever. And it's certainly not going to be part of Los Angeles in 2028, which is a shame, because when it comes to the US, um, you know, Southern California is basically the beating heart of the sport in the US. So for Los Angeles to host an Olympics and not have boxing as a competitive sport, it's very sad. Oh, of course, Michael Phelps. Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, look, Michael Phelps. Let's put it this way: Michael Phelps doesn't need my recognition. You know, he has heaps of Olympic gold medals and other Olympic medals to. Ostapchuk from Belarus. I think the name is familiar, but I don't actually know her. Um, I don't know her at all. Oh, she's a shot putter. Okay. Yeah. I have to say I never want sat through the whole competition for shot putting. No offense. But thank you for the super chat, JB, and thank you for opening this conversation. As you guys know, once every so often, these auctions also offer watch related accessories and memorabilia. Lot 431 is one such item. It's like a green crystal paperweight. That was a commemorative item released for the opening of the Rolex experience in Shanghai in 2001. It does come with its original packaging, and it's shaped like a Rolex crown, specifically like a triplock Rolex crown. You might even say triplock in white gold. It's certainly a cool little accessory. 70 millimeters in diameter, so not too minuscule either. This is lot 431 for a green crystal paperweight shaped like a Rolex triplock crown, commemorating the opening of the Rolex experience in Shanghai circa 2011. The piece has a pre-auction estimate of 1 to 2,000 US dollars. Yeah, I love it. Ooh, Michael Johnson, 200 to 400. Yeah, 200 meters and 400 meters, Michael Johnson. If smoking dope was an Olympic event, watch that. Man, you're stumping me. Thank you for your contributions. What can I say? How did I miss this? Curly, I'm so sorry. I don't know how and why I missed your super chat, but let me read it now. I appreciate you. $10 making me feel I'm learning something. I'm sure you are. Um, Cheers for your watch dedication and sharing your knowledge. I learned it from other people and books as well. So we all start somewhere. We all start somewhere, Curly. We have two back-to-back interesting 5-digit pieces. I'm saying interesting because we were talking about these pieces with Meech yesterday. This is a late 80s 16610, the Submariner date. Just like the Timothy Dalton Bond War. Beautiful tritium dial where the luminous material has taken this off-white eggshell-like patina with even the luminous pip on the rotational bezel matching that color. A beautiful example of a vintage, neo-vintage, yeah, late 90s, I guess. You know, we still have to wait for a few more years to call it vintage. And I think ultimately, you know, anything that has certain elements of modern manufacture, like for example, sapphire crystal, um, in a way, it's hard to call them vintage, but the 5-digit for Rolex is a very interesting transitional period. I guess it is a subject that we should broach at some point at some length. But in this case, I think you have the best of both worlds. So it feels right to call it vintage in the sense that you have one of the most distinctive elements of a vintage Rolex watch, which is, you know, the black dial with faded luminous material on it. Of course, in this case, you have the white gold surrounds around the lume plots. You have the sapphire crystal, but you still have, for example, an aluminum bezel insert, which is still banged up and faded just a little bit. So a lot of interesting elements that allows the watch to ooze a little bit of a vintage feel and charisma, even as it has also aspects of it that bring it closer to the contemporary. The caseback sticker is still partially intact, but has basically transformed into some other kind of substance that I wish not to name. In this case, the watch is naked, so no box or papers. Lot number 433 for the Submariner date 16610 from late 90s is offered with a pre-auction estimate of 6,000 to 8,000 US dollars. $434 is the so-called Kermit. This was the 50th anniversary Submariner, first released in 2003, distinguished by the early flat 4 bezel. This piece has a relatively later serial with the D. The Y and F serials are a little more desired. This piece is from 2005 rather than 2003 or 4, which are more properly classified as the anniversary. But in either case, you have a piece that's very well preserved with the stickers, including the caseback sticker, completely intact and offered as a complete set with the full set of its accessories here at lot number 434, a Rolex Submariner 16610 LV, Lunette Verte, the Kermit, or the 50th anniversary Submariner from 2005, is expected to fetch an amount somewhere in the region between 12,000 to 18,000 US dollars. If you want me to take a closer look at any of these watches that I skipped over or that I didn't get to yet, feel free to send in a super chat with your request with the lot number, and I will be more than happy to get back to it. We have a two-tone version from that 5-digit generation, this time from 2002. Still the Holst case, but solid end links. Two-tone execution. The pre-ceramic bluesy basically is what you're looking at here from around 2002. Once again, basically new old stock condition and offered with its box, outer packaging, cleaning cloth, and a hang tag. Lot 435 for a Rolex Submariner Bluesy pre-ceramic reference 16613 has an estimated value of 10 to 15,000 US dollars. We have 3 pieces of that 4-piece set, Daytona Beach. We're missing the turquoise, we're missing the blue dial version, but these were released at the turn of the century with unique presentation boxes that you can see here that accentuated the colors. Here, the dial is actually a semi-precious stone called the chrysoprase. Beautiful green dial, which is matched with a green lizard skin strap, of which the skin is used also for this card holder, the bifold leather wallet, as well as the large presentation box. All the rest of the material, including the outer packaging, is included here. This is the Daytona Beach Rolex Cosmograph Daytona 116519 with the green chrysoprase dial in white gold, presented on a lizard strap with the matching 18 karat white gold déployant clasp, and with its original box, papers, and documents. Lot 433 has a pre-auction estimate of 25 to 50,000 US dollars. Hey, G Gadwa, how are you doing, man? Meech comes when he wants. And look, I mean, I don't, with all due respect, I never feel obliged to entertain anyone. Um, I'm happier when people are entertained when watching my content, but the first impulse is to be informative and educational. If it gets boring, one can always turn it off, switch to another program, you know, watch a nice movie, curl up with a book. I don't know, find a way to entertain yourself. This is Rolex Daytona Beach again, 439, with a yellow tinted mother of pearl dial, yellow lizard strap. In this case, we don't have the entire presentation, but certainly a service invoice from June 2022 and the warranty card that comes with that. Again, we have a white gold Rolex Daytona with a yellow tinted mother of pearl dial, a lizard skin strap that matches the tones of that dial, and an 18 karat white gold déployant clasp. Again, this is part of the series that was released after the introduction of the in-house self-winding chronograph movements to the Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, the caliber 4130, as part of a 4-piece offering that included the chrysoprase, that included this yellow tinted mother of pearl dial, that included the pink tinted mother of pearl dial that I'm going to show in a bit, and turquoise dial version as well, all of which were presented with matching accessories, not limited to the strap. This particular piece has an estimated value of 35 to 55,000 US dollars at lot 433, Rolex Daytona Beach in yellow, 116519 in white gold. And at 440, we actually have a pink tinted mother of pearl dial, but this is actually not the Daytona Beach. My mistake. Let me bring up a picture of that so we don't get confused. This is from the Zenit um, generation, basically, the 5-digit generation. I will explain that momentarily. This is the Daytona Beach version. As you can see, offered with unique presentation material, whereas lot 440 is a 16519, meaning that it is a white gold Rolex Cosmograph Daytona with the fixed end links. So it doesn't actually accommodate a bracelet, and it is presented at that time exclusively on these leather straps, which in this case is a slightly padded medium scale alligator number. And as you can see from the dial, this is actually based on the Zenit El Primero caliber 400s, or more properly, the Rolex 4030. You can tell that by the layout of the chronograph registers, which is perfectly symmetrical, and by the placement of the continuous running seconds, which is at 9 o'clock. In this particular example, you have the straight Arabic numerals applied on a pink tinted mother of pearl dial and a crocodile leather strap that matches the pink. And of course, the piece comes with a matching 18 karat white gold déployant strap and with a recent service guarantee, since it went through the Rolex Service Center last July. Estimated value of this pink mother of pearl dialed Rolex Cosmograph Daytona in white gold, reference 16519, is 30,000 to 50,000 in US dollars. Hey G, how are you, man? Oh, we went all the way back. How did that happen? Okay, we are getting to that last stretch. It's almost the last hour. Feel free to hit the like button if you haven't done so already. This is a flyback chronograph by Blancpain, Le Mans, built on the flyback version of the Frédéric Piguet caliber 1185, a 38 millimeter classic chronograph case in pink gold with a stepped bezel, a military dial with generously loomed Arabic numerals, tri-compacts chronograph layout, 3 chronograph registers with the 30-minute totalizer at 3, 12-hour counter at 9, and continuous running seconds at 6. That crosshair subsidiary dial also includes right at 6 o'clock a window for the date as well. The centrally deployed chronograph seconds hand is red tipped on the arrow, and the sword hands are generously loomed. as well as that spare shaped chronograph seconds hand. This is a piece that splits the difference between sporty and dressy pretty well, even though it has all the markings of a mid century pilot's chronograph, the traditional case shape, the classic proportions, and the precious material give it a certain allure. Um, this is a turnoff for many, but I kind of like the fact that there's a signature engraving on the left flank of the case, Blancpain. There's an exhibition case back, which gives you a glimpse into that self-winding caliber. This is number 15 of a 50-piece limited run, a full gold 18 carats rotor weight there. I think this is a very cool piece, even though I can't usually suffer a date indicator. I kind of like the Blancpain Le Mans flyback. This is from around 1999. It comes with its original presentation box as well as the booklets and its certificate of origin to lot number 442 for this flyback chronograph with an estimated value of 6 to 8,000 US dollars. Gee, I mean, it's very hard to, to me, this is one of the depressing stories of of hype, because I remember that they could barely move them. Um, when they were released, it was almost a no-no anyways for, how to put this, it was already quite an anathema to dare to buy a Daytona in precious metal, right? It was already a turnoff for most collectors. When they were released, they were squarely marketed towards women. So even though the green, especially the green and blue, are, I think, quite unisex. You can say that practically for all of them. Um, because initially there was the perception that these were ladies' watches, women's Daytonas. That was a turnoff for a lot of male collectors. And finally, um, people wanted the Daytona on the bracelet. So initially, they could literally on the secondary market. I'm not talking about the retail prices. On the secondary markets, you could buy them for pennies on the dollar. Nowadays, I think you can find them for the green one, depending on the condition and what you're getting, maybe 50 to 60,000. Um, Look, I'm not saying if it's reasonable or whether you should buy it at that price or not, but um, I think that's the market price. Let's say 60,000. Let's split the difference um, and average it out. 60,000 for the Chrysopras. I think that's a reasonable market price for the Daytona Beach with the green dial. Lot 446 is the classic dress watch by Glashütte Original. It's their Senator 60s. perfect three-hander with Arabic numerals at the quarters, which are very stylized. A time-only watch, here presented with a black lacquered dial in a 39 millimeter yellow gold case. An exhibition case back that shows the self-winding movements. Lot 446 is one of those pieces that is starting without reserve and has the very conservative and reasonable estimate of 2,000 to 3,000 US dollars. And it also comes with its certificate of authenticity that is stamped by Tournon but not filled in or dated. At 447, you have another Glashütte Original from an earlier period even. This is basically right around the time of the transition. Swatch acquired Glashütte Original from around 2000s. Glashütte Original has a pretty similar story to Erlang und Söhne in the sense that they have a tradition that extends back to early to mid 19th century. In a way, they are the inheritors to the East German, DDR organized watchmaking tradition that happens behind a wall. They went through their own reorganization in the wake of the German reunification and were re-energized, revitalized as a brand in 1994. And they produced a lot of interesting pieces and became profitable and were acquired by the Swatch Group in 2000. So here's an example of their Senator with the oversized date that they call panorama dates at 4 o'clock, and facing that at 10 o'clock, a crescent-like opening for the moon phase indicator, three-hander, anthracite gray dial for this yellow gold case, 39 millimeters with an exhibition case back. This is a Glashütte Original Senator with oversized date and a moon phase indicator from around year 2000. A very interesting dress watch in a 39 millimeter yellow gold case. Here at lot 447, it has a pre-auction estimate of 4,000 to 6,000 US dollars. Here's an interesting Audemars Piguet perpetual calendar in a 39 millimeter round case. This is the equation of time. So These were released in a number of editions that were dedicated to specific cities. As you can see, this is Chicago. You have at 9 o'clock the time for sunrise, at 3 o'clock the time for sundown. You have a moon phase indicator at 12 o'clock, which is encircled by the month. And at 9 o'clock, at 6 o'clock, you have in concentric circles the pointer date and the day of the week. And you have, in addition to the skeletonized alpha hands for the hour and minutes, you also have an additional hand that shows the equation of time on the bezel. Adjustments for the equation of time, which basically indicates the difference between true solar time, the natural time, and mean solar time, which is what we traditionally use. Since Earth orbits around the sun in this elliptical path with a tilted axis, there are only 4 days a year when the day is exactly 24 hours long. So depending on the position of the Earth, the days are either shorter or longer, so on and so forth. That's why for true solar time, there needs to be that sort of adjustment, and that's what the equation of time complication is necessary. And in the case of a perpetual calendar, the equation of time hand is synchronized with it, so you don't need any extra corrections once everything is set properly. And you also have an interesting kind of sound wave like decoration, or like a water ripple kind of decoration on the dial too, which gives the watch an interesting sporty feel. A nice round case with a domed bezel. And a very nice caliber on the back with a skeletonized rotor, putting the initials of the founding families in sharp relief, and with a supplemental 21 carats gold weight. The movement for this watch too is based on the JLC 920 Ebosch. And this particular piece does come as a full set. Again, as you can see, box, outer packaging, certificate of origin, as well as the accompanying documents. Lot 449 has a pre-auction estimate of 10 to 15,000 US dollars. Lot 452 is Breguet Marine from the previous generation, the blue dial. The nautical elements are still quite present. The case has a slightly different design that registers, I think, more readily as recognizably Breguet, even though the lugs are much more angular and muscular. There's a stepped structure to the domed bezel. The center of the dial has a vortex-like hand guilloche pattern. The hands are classically styled Breguet with loom filling in those apple shapes. The applied Roman numerals 2 are in a shade of blue. There's also very diminutive dots of loom every 5 minutes along that track with a big date display inscribed in blue against a white background at 6 o'clock. This particular version is on a rubber strap, which is usually the case. The case band, as you see, is still decorated in that coin edge style. The lugs are screwed through, which is kind of like an officer style as well, with the ends of that rubber strap sitting quite flush next to the case. And the crown guards are styled to give an impression of a propeller. Some of these elements are, of course, still preserved for this generation of the Breguet Marine, but this is reference 5817. Beautiful Geneva stripes on the bridge plates and a full gold rotor that is decorated with a similar wave motif that graces the center of the dial. The Marine series, of course, is not only the luxury sports watch series of Breguet, but also aspects of their catalog that honor Breguet's legacy as the official chronometrist of the Royal Navy in his time. The current lineup doesn't actually have a stainless steel version of the Marine, so these are an interesting value proposition, and they have on the secondary market fallen into 10,000 range, maybe even a little less, with the blue having a little bit of a premium. So the silvered white dial and the black dial, maybe you can find right around 10, but the blue is usually trending more towards the 12. This is lot 452 for the Breguet Marine from the previous generation, reference 5817 in stainless steel on the rubber strap with the blue dial and a conservative estimate of 4 to 8,000 US dollars. I am entering the last 30 minutes of the live stream. So if you have any burning questions, if you want me to take a quick look at one of those lots, feel free to send in the number with a super chat. I'll be closing soon enough. Lot 457 is Parmigiani Fleurier Calpa. one of those sculptural case shapes that Parmigiani seems to have left behind. With a blue dial, an oversized single Breguet numeral at 12, as minutes and seconds track that is shaped in the form of an upward facing crescent and one that seems to hold up that Breguet numeral at 12 o'clock, broad alpha hands that are heat blued and generously filled with lume, an aperture at 6 o'clock that points, that indicates the date, a blue dial in a pink gold case that measures 34 by 46, horn-like lugs that hug nicely around the wrist. And this piece actually has a round movement in this shaped case, which is somewhat disappointing, which is why I prefer the Parmigiani Fleurier Calpa in the hebdomadaire version, the 8-day power reserve hand wound movement that is actually shaped for the case. But this is not so bad after all, with the full gold rotor, which has the brand's signature grain d'orge or barley corn motif on it. This particular piece is watch only at lot number 456, a Parmigiani Fleurier Calpa in pink gold from around 2010. Self-winding rectangular piece with horn-shaped sculptural lugs. This is a lot that will start without reserve, so bidding starts at $1, and the estimate is a rather conservative $3,000 to $5,000 US. Please hit the like button. It really makes a big difference for this channel, gives us a little bit of an exposure. If you are just chancing upon this live stream, please don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell. I'm here every day with watch content that is not limited to these live streams either. So explore the other content on the channel and feel free to send around and share on social media what you enjoy, what you seem appropriate and digestible for others. We are looking at a beautiful rectangular piece by Vacheron Constantin that was retailed by Turla, coming from the mid-century, specifically from 1955. This is lot 469, yellow gold, 28 by 14.5 millimeters, so quite diminutive. Retailed and signed by Turla as well at 6 o'clock, in addition to the old school signature of Vacheron et Constantin, Genève. Very small piece in yellow gold with the presentation box and a warranty certificate from Turla, identifying this piece as a lady's wristwatch in 18 karat gold with a 17 jewel best Swiss movement. Very, very cool. This is one of those pieces that is going to start bidding on lot 469 without reserve and an estimated value of 1500 to 2500 in US dollars for this beautifully styled mid-century ladies wristwatch from Vacheron Constantin. Since we started the program with Breguet, this is an early example of their revival from the mid 90s. The reference 3800 ST, the Breguet Type 20 Aeronaval. As you can see, the piece has the unique presentation case, which is like a cross section of the wing of a plane. The instruction manual, hang tag, papers, carte from Tourneau. And what distinguishes the earlier models is that gold-capped crown, which, as you can see, is matched even on the rivets of that presentation case. The earlier versions that have the gold-capped crown are also water-resistant up to 200 meters, 20 atmos. Contrary to popular belief, the Type 20 for civilian purchase and in serial production was actually revived in 1994 by Investcorp. So long before Swatch snatched the company, the Type 20 was revived by the Bahrain-based investments company, which had arrived to save it from when the Chomet brothers almost completely bankrupted it after having successfully revived it, of course. This piece has a beautiful patinated dial with strong patina on the tritium luminous material. The tritium filled triangle on the birotational 60-minute bezel has also patinated in a similar fashion. And as you see, there's also the early Breguet logo with an uncrossed T. So a lot of elements of this piece that identify it as an early example of the Breguet Type 20 Aeronaval reference 3800 ST at lot 485. The estimated value of the piece is 4 to 6,000 US dollars. And that is actually quite fair, especially for one that is an early example in such a beautiful condition and with its original box and papers. Okay, 487, we have Carrera, Hoya reference 3647. Two register, black dial with a 45 minutes counter. With a white chapter ring that indicates to 1/5 of a second, pump pushers with a nice 37 millimeter stainless steel case and a hand wound movement. The piece has an estimated value of 4,000 to 6,000 US dollars at lot 487. Lot 488 is the AOPA Breitling reference 809, the Navi timer. The open book logo is for the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association. As you see, the piece is not even branded Breitling on the dial. The slide rule bezel, of course, makes these very, very compromised in terms, in their defenses against water and humidity. So the earlier you go in time, the more difficult it is to find Navi timers in pristine condition. 24-hour dial for this reference 809, stainless steel in 41 millimeters, engraved Breitling, of course, on the back of the case. Mid-60s example at lot 488 with an estimated value of 3,000 to 5,000 in US dollars. At 490, we have a Gaillet chronograph with a multimeter scale and beautiful pump pushers, black tropical dial, 30-minute counter at 3 o'clock, 12-hour counter at 6, and continuous running seconds at 9. Arabic numerals. The center of the dial is encircled by a telemeter scale, and on the periphery of the dial, you also have the tachymeter scale inscribed. 37 millimeter stainless steel case for this early 60s piece with a pre-auction estimate of 3,000 to 5,000 US dollars. You have a similar example to it, this time with a 37 millimeter 14 karat yellow gold case, opaline white multimeter scale dial with the telemeter scale inscribed in red around the center of the dial, and encircling that tachymeter scale in blue for this tri-compacts chronograph with from Gaillet in 14 karat yellow gold case, presumably made for the American market from early 1960s. lot 491 has a pre-auction estimates ranging from 5 to 8,000 US dollars. $492 is another Gaillet. This is Multicron, which is a triple calendar chronograph, much in the style of, say, Rolex Jean-Claude Killy. You have a pointer date along the perimeter of the dial, heat blued sword hands for hour and minutes, centrally deployed chronograph hand is heat blued 2, and so are actually the applied Arabic numerals. Very interesting watch. In a decent condition. Again, the dial is well preserved, even though, of course, has seen the ravages of time. 34 millimeter 14 karat yellow gold case. The pusher 2 for the start stop has been damaged for this triple calendar chronograph that was built on the base of Valjoux 72 by Gaillet Multicron from mid-50s. The piece has an estimated 1,000 to 8,000 US dollars. I'm experiencing some connection problems, so hopefully this won't last. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm back. If it does, I mean, I'm close to concluding anyways, but hopefully I won't be forced. We have looked in this auction earlier at the revival Cellini prints, but this was an example of the original Rolex prints, reference 971, which is in this unique execution of the two-tone with white and yellow gold, with the dial replicating that two-tone execution. Subsidiary dial for seconds under 6 o'clock, and an off-center dial with diamond-shaped heat-blued stainless steel hands, Arabic dial, well, Arabic numerals on the dial, I should say, a hand-wound caliber on what was called the doctor's watch. This piece is from late 30s, Rolex's very own Art Deco design, with its presentation box, 24 by 44 millimeters. The Rolex reference 971, original prints from late 30s, has a pre-auction estimate of $4,000 to $6,000 at lot 503. At 504, there is an extremely patinated sterling silver version with a two-tone silver dial this time. Once again, you have an off-center dial for the hour and minutes, and then at 6 o'clock, you have a subsidiary dial for the seconds. And for the minutes, you actually have an octagonal railroad track style. I should say for the minutes, you have a railroad style track designed as an octagon. There's quite a lot of tarnish on the piece since it's fashioned out of sterling silver and not really well kept. 24 by 43 millimeters for this Art Deco Rolex piece from late 20s in sterling silver, reference 971 again, Rolex Prince at lot 504. The piece has an estimated value of 4 to 6,000 US dollars. There are a few very interesting pieces here, especially towards the end. We have a lot of interesting Rolex vintage offerings. For example, the Padellone at lot 505. This is a triple calendar with the moon phase indicator. Padellone means frying pan in Italian. And these nicknames are usually given to these mid-century pieces because they have cases that are slightly oversized and mostly dial with rather thin bezels. So they look like a large frying pan. Reference 8171 with a 38 millimeter pink gold case, a silver dial with yellow gold fixtures that includes a Dauphine set of hands and obus-shaped indices, an arrow-shaped hand with a blue tip to indicate the date on the periphery of the dial, which is itself inscribed in blue. A small second subsidiary dial at 6, which includes an opening for the moon phase indicator and the two aperture under the coronet at 12 o'clock for the day of the week and the month. This is the 8171 Rolex Padellone at lot number 505 in a 38 millimeter pink gold case from the late 50s with the piece is expected to fetch an amount somewhere in the region between 30 to 60,000 US dollars. At lot number 506, we have a pre-Daytona Rolex chronograph in stainless steel from the late 50s with a relatively oversized appearance for the time, 37.5 millimeter stainless steel case with a matching riveted oyster bracelet with straight end links and a multimeter scale on the dial with the tachymeter on the periphery of the dial and a telemeter scale in a concentric circle, a single Arabic numeral at 12, stick hands and baton markers, and 3 chronograph registers, 30-minute totalizer at 3, 12-hour counter at 6, and continuous running seconds at 9. This pre-Daytona chronograph is watch only, no box and papers. Lot number 506 is expected to fetch an amount in the range between 15,000 to 25,000 in US dollars. $510 is a Rolex Submariner 5512 with a gilt dial and a beautiful tropical bezel as well from 1961. A fantastic tropic dome crystal with the time period correct riveted oyster bracelet as well. A watch that has lots of charisma and oozes with vintage charm. Lot 510, a Rolex Submariner, reference 5512 with a tropical gilt dial, stainless steel on the matching riveted oyster bracelets. The piece has a pre-auction estimate of 12 to 18,000 US dollars. With a later four-liner matte black dial, a crystal that has been abused quite a bit, but I know a lot of auction houses don't want to change it before the buyer gets it and makes their own decision. So I completely understand why they present it this way. The piece is matched with a folded link oyster bracelet in stainless steel. Has a relatively uniformly patinated dial in terms of how the luminous material goes together between the indices, the lume on the hands, and the luminous pip on the rotational bezel as well. Lot 511, accordingly, for the Rolex Submariner 5512 with the matte black dial from around 1963 is estimated to fetch an amount in the region between 15 to 25,000 US dollars. We have a couple of interesting 5-digit JMT Master 2s. Here is an early 16710 16710 GMT Master 2 from early 90s in stainless steel on a matching Jubilee bracelet and with a nicely patinated black dial with eggshell patina on the luminous material of the dial. The aluminum bezel insert itself started turning in terms of its color. The caseback sticker was left on, but has started fading away. The hands don't necessarily match the luminous material, which is not always cause for concern, but do check the condition report that they provide once you sign into the website, and feel free to also just send them additional questions and ask for details always if you're serious about bidding on a watch that is listed on an auction. This is lot 515 for a Rolex GMT Master 2, reference 16710. Stainless steel on the Jubilee bracelet with a Pepsi bezel. The estimated value of the piece is 8,000 to 12,000 US dollars. 514 is same reference number, but from 2004, and you can see how the whole thing is radically different. You have a no holes case, solid end link bracelet. Here you also have basically a new old stock piece with the stickers intact, including the case back sticker with the correct reference number. And of course, a dial that has superluminova, of course, the watch, as you can see, not only thanks to the oyster bracelets, but to all those more contemporary details, looks completely different and comes with the full set of its accessories. At lot 514, a Rolex GMT Master 2, reference 16710, with the Pepsi bezel and the full set of its original accessories, stainless steel, no holes case, with the matching stainless steel oyster bracelet with the solid end links from around 2004. This piece too has an estimated value of 8 to 12,000 US dollars. We have a couple more pieces to check out today. This might well be one of the last, if not the last. You guys know that this is my favorite Submariner reference. The bracelet in this case is a little short. It is also the folded link, not the riveted, so slightly later. The transition happens in the late 60s, so it's hard to know. But this is basically the non-chronometer certified brother of the 5512 from the same period. And because of that, because it doesn't have those two additional lines, it also has a dial that is much more minimalistic and, in my humble opinion, very balanced as well. Matte black dial, meters first. All luminous material has relatively uniformly aged into this eggshell patina. I think the bezel is relatively new, which you can easily observe from that enormous pip on the triangle. The bracelet is a little bit loose, but the piece looks in a decent condition, even though the lugs have, in many ways, a little bit shaved down. This is lot 513 for the Rolex Submariner reference 5513, two-liner, meters first, from early 70s. This piece has an estimated value of 8 to 12,000 US dollars. Okay, let's do these two. Please hit the like button as I'm finishing up today's live stream. I think I'll be with you At noon tomorrow, I will set up the live stream soon enough. I might have a little reveal. Let me know if you're interested. If you have any last minute questions, feel free to send them in with a super chat. If you have any last minute requests, feel free. We're looking at the Fine Watches auction, for which the bidding will start soon enough in a few hours. It's organized by Sotheby's New York, an online auction that's going to take place over the next 2 weeks. And it is in conjunction with a live event on June 9th in New York again. Important watches, which will include two more Rolex Cosmograph Daytonas from Paul Newman's collection. We're finishing up the online part. I'm going to start with important watches, hopefully on Thursday. Lot 507 here is a Rolex GMT Master reference 1675 with the Pepsi bezel, radial dial with a small arrow hand for the GMT hand, for the 24-hour hand. The piece has those beak like crown guards, again testifying to its time period. And the stainless steel case is matched with the riveted oyster bracelets. The piece has the case back sticker on it with the correct reference number. It is also presented with the original box, outer packaging, as well as the instructional pamphlet from that time. Okay, also the warranty papers dated April 12th, 1962. This is pretty cool for Lot 507, Rolex GMT Master Pepsi 1675. The piece has an estimated value of 8 to 12,000 US dollars. And last but not least, Lot 508. This is the 4-digit GMT Master root beer in two-tone 1675 line 3 or 1675/3 with the nipple dial, faded copper insert for the 24 hours, the applied coronet at 12 o'clock, the 4-digit reference does not have a quick set, but has that applied coronet, which is quite a beautiful detail. In this case, the watch is matched with a two-tone oyster bracelets with 18-karat yellow gold center links. From the late 70s, this is Rolex GMT Master 1675/3, the root beer in two-tone from around 1978. Rolex's dual time watch at lot 508. The piece is expected to realize a final hammer price between 12,000 to 18,000 US dollars. Thank you again. Please hit the like button on the way out. As you know, this channel is completely in the service, but also at the behest of its audience. Um, there are no sponsors. I'm not um, in the pocket of the industry. I'm not paid from, paid by any of these auction houses, even though I cover them all fairly and extensively. I'm also not shilling for any gray market profiteers. So I really appreciate um, you being here and contributing in any way. Thank you for your Thank you for your questions and interventions from the chat. Thank you for your presence and support. And thank you especially Mookie, Real World Curly, and Jake Brooks for your super chats. If you want to support the channel, if you want to contribute in some way, you already know how. The links are actually pinned in the chat. They're also included in the video description, and they are now in the rolling ticker. If you have any questions, any recommendations or requests for content, you can always feel free to send me an email at lordhellespont5 at gmail.com. That's lordhellespontv@gmail.com. That's also connected to my PayPal. The Cash App is $LHVVV. If you join me on Patreon, where I have 6 very committed subscribers, 6 very committed patrons, I would send you at least three links to value propositions, at least 3 links to watch deals online. This adds up to about 100 per month. And I actually have exclusive content around that selection of watches on a daily basis, where I go through them in some detail. So whether you are going to pull the trigger on those particular deals, the whole thing ends up being a wholly educational and informative endeavor overall. So I would highly recommend it. You can ask any of the people in the chat as well who avail themselves of this service. Jake Brooks is one of them. Corrado is another, from people who have visited today. But of course, there are so many. Well, there are 4 more others, including Gondog, Ali Raza, Avo, and of course Basil's Bezos. So I'm very, very happy to have them in my community, and I hope you would join as well. At the end of the day, everything that I make from this channel goes straight back to the channel, and anything you contribute will come back to you in terms of the quality and quantity of content. So thank you for your support. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow, hopefully at noon. I will try to do something at noon if the watch gets here in time, especially. But in either case, hopefully I will see you. Take care until then. Wear your watches, enjoy them, and stay safe. Until next time, adieu.